Hey, Usk. Hey, Demi. Wow, you guys like came at the exact same time. Do you actually like rely on my uh pinging Streamflow or something? Because I'm pretty sure you guys don't even have that ping, or is it just circumstantial? I'm feeling a lot better today. Oh, I'm glad it's effective. This morning, I don't think it was a dream, but I just had a strange, like, image in my head that we were all playing Payday 2, and then there's something I was asking something about, like, there's that level that the Christmas one was in, where it was, like, in the mall. But that mall also has ones with, like, just trying to get cash or just trying to get gold or something. And there's, like, oil? And I was like, oh, I don't think we've done the... Or, like, Demi was like, I don't think we've done the oil one. And it's like... But it was one that I had done, but I hadn't done with him. But there's a different one I hadn't done. And I don't know. Brain going to strange places. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Being unable to let go. Yeah, well, I remember that. No, that was kind of like it was like happened much later. Like I had woken up a little bit, like I heard the alarm and I went back to sleep and I was just kind of having like lucid thoughts almost because I'm pretty sure I wasn't like fully asleep, but yeah, it was weird. But yeah, unable to let go that I am. I still kept these layers, but I'm gonna try and go for... Oh, what did I do? I'm gonna try and go for a different thingamajig. Well, actually, if I do new group... But yeah, how are you guys doing? That's what I want to know. How do I get this to go in? Oh, that is in. Yeah, it's like when I woke up, I was like, I feel like I need to write this down for some reason. I'm glad. I'm just hanging in there. I'm gonna start with the pistol shrimp. It's funny because like the things that I'm using as reference, they always seem to be the opposite direction that I'm trying to do. Oh yeah, no, I mean honestly, that's like my favorite thing to do. To have like having that happened in my figure drawing class one time in college, where my Pandora station just happened to be really random stuff that I enjoyed, which included like the Pirates of the Caribbean soundtrack. So we were just like, you know, sketching like a still life, and there's like really dramatic music going on in the background. It's just like, it's always so funny to me. It's just like having super like high stakes music for something that's super mundane. Irony always tickles me. Oh my god, I love Hans Zimmer. I would say like, oh, Hans Zimmer is my bitch, except that I'm his bitch in reality. It's just like when I looked at his discography like a few years ago, I was like, holy shit! Like he's scored a huge number of movies that I've always loved but never knew that he had been a part of, such as like Samurai, like not Samurai, Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron Herd, which is like one of my favorite like there's just like a whole bunch of really random things that I'm like, oh my god, he did this? Oh my god, he did this one too? And he did this and this and this and this. And like my respect for him went up millionfold. And one thing I really love about... Wait, Demi, wasn't I talking to you and Tutu about it at one point while I was watching it? But for Usk's sake, one of the things I really appreciate about that movie is like it's about a horse, and some of the songs are really literal, like "Get off of my back," and someone's like trying to break him and stuff. Except that the way it's sung and presented, it's like it can be taken literally given the situation, but also because of like, you know, double meaning, like when someone's like, hey, get off my back, like, you know, it just works in more ways than one, and I just really appreciate that, you know. Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron, I'll write it down. And you know, that is one sexy horse. Enter some joke about my like sexual awakening or something. Usk, when you have free time, we'll organize a movie night and coordinate so everyone can watch or something. We have both that and other movies that people haven't seen that need to be seen according to Floof. But yeah, my favorite quote is a Lakota. Not as tall as the Cheyenne, not as fine featured as the Crow. So basically the guy's being a racist, but just, I don't know, for some reason it just really stuck. And I'm like, yes. But sorry, Mr. Ash. Nice. I know that feeling. Me with all of my models. You could probably guess, but this is the same playlist as last time. It's funny that you like this playlist though, because it's just an assortment of like all their songs that they have available. But I guess it's quote unquote the gaming music playlist, so perhaps it just, you know, Tracks. Haha, music track. That's funny. Great minds think alike. And now you can still listen to it anyway. And I keep making his claw more curved than it is. But at the same time, it's my shrimp. I can do what I want. If you make the croissants again, please share pictures. I would like to see your improvement. But then again, you might be sick of croissants at this point. Bueno. Okay. Let's see, you've been holding out on us. I think it might have been the one that Tutu linked, but I'm gonna try and do, instead of black lines, like lighter or darker lines of the same color that I'm trying to do. Because I saw that on somewhere else and I'm like, you know what, that looks good. Really cute. By they, I'm referring to Le Croissant. Baby steps. Are you intending for them to? I mean, I know they're like part of this how much they rise. But are you trying to make like baby croissants, or are you trying to make like normal size croissants, and they just happen to end up being really small? Oh. Like, I don't want to grow up. I'm not ready. That's what it is. So the no croissants are really hard to make. But knowing what a amazing baker you are, I'm like, it makes much more sense that you're trying to do. I remember you mentioned sourdough, but I'd forgotten. So the fact that you're trying to do it with like something unusual makes sense as to why it's like struggling a little bit more. Yeah, I mean that's kind of like the motto of our front group, just going on hard mode casually, just because we can. I wasn't sure if like if I used a lighter transparency, would it just apply lighter over the thing, or would it actually change the whole whatever? Which I mean, I guess makes sense, but I wasn't sure. I don't know how to get the. What am I aiming for? Perhaps it's because I don't really know what I'm doing. I should probably start by trying to keep it simple. I'm always overthinking things. Oops.
Light strikes in a room full of darkness. Light a match, set a flame where my heart is. Lay to rest all the pain that I don't miss. At the end of the day, it wasn't worth it. And you know I'd walk through fire just to touch you. Now my scars are open and they're bleeding out too. But I'd do it all again if you were here too. But I'd do it all again if you were here too. And all my colors fade as they blend into the rain. It's what I can't explain. Did the angels ever sing? But I'd do it all again if you were here too. I've done everything I could. Falling in and out of love felt good. Now I'm reaching out. Please help me down and pull me out. I don't wanna drown. And you know I'd walk through fire just to touch you. Now my scars are open and they're bleeding out too. But I'd do it all again if you were here too. Light strikes in a room full of darkness. Light a match, set a flame where my heart is. Lay to rest all the pain that I don't miss. At the end of the day, it wasn't worth it. All my colors fade as they blend into the rain. It's what I can't explain. Did the angels ever sing? Did the angels ever sing?
Good morning, Haley. Hey, hey, hey. How you doing? I feel like it's been a hot second since we were able to say hi. Also, the time's getting closer and closer to decide whether I actually want to finish my weeklies or not. Because it's pretty much either you, the very small chance that Scoob would be on, trying to wrangle the yoke. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope better things come to help balance that out. Cooking and other things together, mainly cooking. But yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing better than I was yesterday. Yesterday I had a really bad headache. I was really low energy and like couldn't do anything. These guys helped me get through the day. Putting on my penguin suit. Oh my god, look at my eyes. What's going on? Not really a rainbow claw, but it's kind of like a bit of my interpretation of like anyway. But like one of the eyes was like, I don't know, I can't do it now. But like half of my head was obscured by the sweater, so. Yeah, I'm kind of just trying to do my best interpretation of this. But also reminding myself not to go too crazy. Because then I'll probably have like too many colors. I don't know. I'm so very much a novice at this. I think I may have hurt my stomach last night. Not last night, yesterday, from eating too many lemon cookies. They're just so addicting. And my husband usually, like, if I ask him to get me something from the grocery store, like if he's there, even though I tell him the exact brand and stuff, he's not always very good at getting it right. But this time he did, and not only did he do it right, but he got me 2, even though I asked for 2 for some crackers, my almond crackers, because I have like hummus but then no crackers to eat them with. I asked for 2 boxes of that, but I didn't ask for 2 boxes of the cookies. I was just like, oh my god, if you could find these cookies, I know exactly where they are. It's in a yellow bag, it's in the end of the whatever. And he found it, and then he brought me back 2, and I'm like, it's Christmas! That's hype. These little lusty little guys. Is it anything like making matzah? Like how does one even make crackers? It's like one of those strange things I never really thought about. Maybe I've been watching too much of the show Baking Without a Recipe, but I wouldn't put it past me to like not remember the like properties of baking soda versus baking powder. I think I need to think bigger. Not gonna lie, these be feeling very difficult. These here shrimp. I mean, perhaps it's just like insecurity talking about like not knowing what I'm doing. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna make different kinds and then I'll decide. Because it's like if the other shrimp are gonna be this intense, then that means I might end up retiring the other shrimp. Either that or I'll fancy up the other shrimp and then have that still be like one because it's like more basic, whereas this one is like more fancy. What are you getting for lunch? Soup. Gish. But like, for example, the longest subscribers, it hasn't even been like 3 months yet, so it's kind of like, I wonder if maybe I should just add them over time, because otherwise, won't it? I don't know. Otherwise, some of them it feels like won't ever get reached. Maybe that's just me. Fair enough. I like your enthusiasm. There should be a whale shrimp.
I said we used to be okay. That smile on your face, all washed away. Thinking back of yesterday, like a warm embrace, all washed away. And you said, I need to breathe. My head is starting to spin. Yeah, I need a moment to think before I begin. Then you said, I'm building castles in the sky, 'cause I cannot see the recipe for you and me, the remedy. I'm building castles in the sky, 'cause I can barely breathe. It's killing me. We used to be in synergy.
Maybe I'll do shrimp for a different shrimp for the first year. And then I can go with other things that I enjoy for longer than that. No one's gonna have it other than me anyway, because I am theoretically, apparently, a 39-month subscriber. I'm gonna call his little legs whiskers. Well, not his little legs, his little mouthy parts. His little Zoidberg parts. Could I even either have them far apart or close together?
I don't wanna go back, I don't wanna sit down, I don't wanna control my anger. Tell me, was it all that you thought it would be without me? Cause now all your
Oh,
stories make sense. You were running around me, played me a fool in your hands. I'm done with you now, I gotta get out. I was barely pushed.
so I was thinking about it, and because New York has so many noises, I don't always know, because I know that, for example, around my area there is some like gun violence and stuff. I've never seen it or heard it firsthand, but there's always like a big police presence, so I don't really go out as much at night. But I don't. Otherwise, I don't feel like unsafe, because I know that for I had a German friend who's like, "Don't you feel unsafe like living in America?" I'm like, not really. I don't. Doesn't really bother me. I don't really think about it much. But so I don't really. I can't necessarily say like, yeah, I know what. Like I know what gunshots sound like if you're like in the woods, but like in the city, it could be like right now I'm hearing like pops, but I'm like could bet money that it's just fireworks. I'm not sure why someone's playing doing fireworks in the middle of the day, but it's not the first time. But also sometimes I hear like a single pop or something. I'm like, okay, that could be a gunshot. But at the same time, when I lived with my parents, sometimes a car would like roll over a plastic bottle, and the compressed air would then pop. So it's like my first instinct isn't like, oh yeah, someone just got shot. Sorry, that kind of came out of nowhere, but I was just thinking about it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I guess to a certain extent, this kind of like, what people habituate to their surroundings. So, like, it's one of the reasons why in like war-torn countries, like it might. Like, obviously, bombings are a big deal and stuff, but after a while, it just kind of becomes your new normal. You just find a new normal, because it's like the human body can't be heightened at all times. I think I would be more afraid if I was in a state that had like carrying uphills both ways. Oh. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. It wasn't all that important. Oh yeah, I'd feel more unsafe if I was in a state with like open carry laws, but New York gun laws are pretty strict. It doesn't stop people from carrying out nefarious acts. It helps. The pistol shrimp. It just happens to be colored this way. If there were other pistol shrimp, they come in all different kinds of colors. This one's just white. This one's color banded. So I just thought it looked cool. Theoretically, you're supposed to just be able to tell from like one big claw versus a tiny claw. Can't you tell? I'm probably just gonna make the... Yeah, of course. Have to, right? They look like little squiggly bits. I'm trying to differentiate. It's just like a whole bunch of stuff. It's hard to tell the difference, so. Just trying to get creative here. If I create enough confusion, then they won't notice. Why did I make them so squiggly? They're not squiggly. I think it's because I was looking at these.
It's me here again. You gotta just go for it. Don't think about what comes after or what came before. You just gotta bend your knees, take a deep breath, and jump. And you might think, what if I fall? Well, what if you don't? What if you fly?
Drop it. Drop it.
New Age Pirates of the Caribbean. Simply because there's a Yar. There's otherwise no other. The Yar is kind of cringe, not gonna lie. That's where using the same sound effects. I half expected him to say Yar again. Okay, they don't completely. They haven't completely lost all points.
Ahoy! Release the Kraken!
Guess I'm not the one to treat you right. Guess I'm not the one to be by your side. It's not a reason to use my love for you. You got me wrapped around your heart. You got me begging for your love. I'm not gonna give you anything you want. Why you acting so selfish?
Accidentally applied some of the body stuff to the whiskers. Luckily, I don't feel like I need too many changes, so.
Should be top of the run. But you're on top of my heart. I'm wrapped around your finger. Just let me go. You keep breaking my heart. And I think I'm done. I'm tired of being used. Just let me go. Why you acting so selfish? All I want is your selfless love. I'm tired of being used by you. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired of being tired, I'm tired, I'm tired of you and your selfish ways.
I went a little crazy with some of these, but I feel like it's not the end of the world. I love how it's casually barely readable from afar. The thing with the coral banded shrimp is that it's so skinny. It's kind of hard to... These are all like a very specific type of shrimp. What the fuck is this? This is a shrimp. Prawns versus shrimp. Oh, prawns and shrimp are different species. I'm gonna draw this. How crazy it looks. Yeah, I know. This is a pretty cool pose. It's like you won't be able to recognize it, but maybe that's the point. Oh, they're so cute, the little blue ones. I wanted a little blue lobster once. Blue dream. Rusty trait. Blue dream shrimp. Damn! Look at the Megs. Love these little guys. My dad had, I think they are this one. But yeah, so the point being that they put their butts in the air and they wiggle them back and forth. That's why they're called sexy shrimp. And unfortunately, they make very tasty morsels for, hey look, it's a red one. Not a sexy shrimp, but just a shrimp in general. And of course we have this. But, what the fuck is this? Hey, vey. Whoa. Anemone shrimp. Nature is wild. Anemone. Yes, it's the official name. The official non-scientific name, but it's the official name. These guys are so cool. These look like boobies. Look at these guys, they're so cool. I can barely see it. It's like you can't make pixel art of something you can barely see IRL. Like, how would that even work, you know? These no fuzzy claws, I see you. Shrimp versus eel. So if I made this, by the time it's small, you wouldn't recognize it. You think that these would pop up if it wasn't like the official name? Seems like all of them are being photographed from the side, which is kind of interesting. It's like, look. Like I can touch my tongue to my dick. Most people are not going to recognize that though. Animals with misleading names. Electric eel, not an eel. Huh? Electric eels aren't eels? Freshwater fish. What? Closely related to is a knife fish and more closely related to a catfish. What? Mountain goat, not a goat? What is a mountain goat then? Mountain goat. I mean, yeah, it doesn't really look like a goat, but... What is a mountain goat if not a goat? They're not in the same genus as goats? Bovide family. Bovidae. Mountain goats are supposed to be with antelopes, gazelles, and cattle. When I think about what a mountain goat looks like, honestly, they're not this buff. I think of like a little, like something small like this, or like, oh, wow, yeah, like this. Or this. Not like, maned wolf, not a wolf. This is a kind of fox. We're learning so much today. Not a deer, wolf, or fox. Why would it be a deer? Its legs are super long, though. It is the only species in the genus Paracyanthus. It's not closely related to foxes. It lacks the pupils found distinctively in foxes. So it's not even really connected to wolves and foxes. It's like a completely different tree. Interesting. Look at that skeleton, my goodness. Oh, little puppy. king cobra, not a cobra. Also, snakes are typically self-governing. That's funny. Is it a python? Not a true cobra. Longest venomous snake. The more you know. Peacock fish, not a peacock, not a mantis. Also not a shrimp. Ah? Nani? Guess they're because they're crustaceans. Considered by others to be a dangerous pest. Branched off from others 34 million years ago. $520 species of mantis shrimp? Oops. It's intense, bruh. Whoa! Look at these eyes. Look at these bad boys. Culinary uses. Trying mantis shrimp. Can you imagine just having those things just crushed up there? I like this. Active through the spring and winter. Eastern kingbird. Found in the west, many birds do not recognize its authority. Horny toad, not a toad, only thinks of you as a friend. Oh, I was like, why friend? And then I realized it's the horny. Ah ha ha, that was cute. Okay, back to what I was doing. I wanted to make a ghost shrimp. Try my hand at one of these guys. Kind of makes me think of that pose that Scoob likes to make when he's like trying to show that he's big and powerful. He's just looking like a monkey. He opens his arms and then puts them like in a downward direction at like 90 degrees. What? Maybe. I shall remedy this by eating a lemon cookie. Posture check. Thank you. Yeah. Good call, good call. I think so. Oh, I see the perfect ratio of I was supposed to say squid. Of shrimp.
Sunday turned into Friday. I spent 5 days hiding.
You know those like bags where of like when you're making your cookies or whatever, where there's like really sensitive, where it's like if you rip it, then it's just gonna suddenly open up the entire thing. Yeah. It's me.
You said I love you always, but always there's a promise that no one can keep. Thought you were the one in my dreams. Guess I'll just keep fantasizing. You said I love you always, but always there's a promise that no one can keep. Thought you were the one in my dreams. Guess I'll just keep fantasizing. I'm awake at 2 a.m. in a cold sweat 'cause the bed gets colder and colder. Don't know what I'm doing, it's so confusing, can't find my footing. Oh, how things have changed, I've fallen from grace. I miss the days when it was just me. Before I
I
met
was folding it in, but I think maybe folding it out is the better method.
you said I love you always, but always there's a promise that no one can keep. Thought you were the one in my dreams. Guess I'll just keep fantasizing. Don't know what you do, don't understand how, but now I'm so into you, and I can't get out. I know what you say when every day I'm coming home after the sun. You want me to stay, I'm not gonna wait, the next party's already begun. You wanna come around 'cause your looks run out and you're feeling down. Disappoint me now, don't you know you're so predictable? Where'd you go, where'd you go? Oh,
Maybe I should use this one as the guide. It's bigger. More to see. I was worried that it wouldn't fit in the thingy. Oh. My husband sent me a link to the Chinese New Year festival, but it's happening on like the 25th. Maybe that's why I'm hearing fireworks. Also, there's like a crap ton of sirens, so like, I don't know, who knows? Well, it would explain some of the noise. But I feel like I don't have that big of an Asian population near me. It hasn't said there's a big, like, I said Asian, but you know, I don't think Indians celebrate the Lunar New Year. But like, there isn't like a big Chinese population or any kind of East Asian population around me that I know of. I'm pretty happy with how this claw's turned out. Yeah, thank you. I feel like I'm kind of getting the hang of things a bit. I'm getting a little annoyed at this song. It's gonna go on for another 3 minutes of ooh, you love her? Oh, thanks.
I've been roaming here and there, 'cause I've been feeling so lonely now. I've been waiting, searching for someone, 'cause I've been feeling quite empty now. I've been roaming here and there, 'cause I've been feeling so lonely now. I've been waiting, searching for someone, 'cause I've been feeling quite empty now. I've been roaming, I've been feeling, I've been waiting, searching for someone, 'cause I've been feeling so lonely now.
At least I feel a little less guilty about not necessarily having as much to say because I'm actually focusing. I have my focus sticker on. I have an excuse. To be fair, if anyone ever says something, I do respond. So, could be worse.
Walking through the streets all alone, wishing someone would be here with me right now.
So I was using my Switch for the first time in a long, long time. I forgot how many fucking games I have on that thing. And I'm like, oh man, this is just asking to be played on. Like seriously, I have a lot of fucking games. I mean, by my standard, I have a lot of games. It's a lot more than I expected.
I've been feeling so lonely now. I've been waiting, searching for someone, 'cause I've been feeling
Wow.
quite empty now.
It's impressive.
I've been roaming, I've been feeling, I've been waiting.
14 games? I think it's more than 14 games. No chance?
Feeling so lonely now.
Yeah, when I first got my Switch, I didn't actually use it all that much. It took a while before I actually used it properly. Kind of reminds me of my drawing pad, my old one. I had it in the box for 3 years before I actually used it. And then when I did use it, I didn't stop. I would just use it all the time. But it's kind of funny how those things happen. Oops. No. Hey, look at that guy. I guess I do want him to look at least a little bit sturdier. Otherwise he'll fall over. Some of this is smooth. Nice. What kind of food did you get? Fish with potatoes. Nice. What kind of fish? I wonder if this will update automatically. Cod. Nice. Oh wait, that's... I have that for 3 months. I'm gonna change it to 2 months. And see if Usk becomes a coral banded shrimp. Okay, Usk, say something. Didn't work. You are a shrimp, but it didn't update yet. It's okay. You think of the ghost shrimp, which is this one? Should the ghost shrimp be or to like get them longevity, maybe I should have the 3 and the 6 month be the coral banded shrimp and the first one just be like the base shrimp, because otherwise I feel like you go through it pretty quickly. That would be like, well, I guess that's 2 months, so 2 months worth. And then 4 months worth. I guess 3 months worth. 3 or 4 months worth. And we could do something over here and then with a pistol shrimp. I think ghost shrimp are really cool. Also do this guy. I don't know what kind of shrimp this is. Scarlet skunk cleaner shrimp. Oh wait, it doesn't have a layer. Okay, no los dos.
Only if you can free your mind, you'll be able to take control of your emotional state, which will allow you to tap into areas of your subconsciousness, where you find access to an enhanced ability of perception, as well as spiritual foresight far beyond the ordinary.
Free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind,
I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna.
make free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, take full control, go on, make free your mind.
If you can free your mind, if you can free your mind,
Free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, make free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, take full control, go on, make free your mind.
He said it cleans skunks. Like, it reminds me of like how raccoons like to clean their food. I wonder where that comes from. There's a video of a raccoon like cleaning cotton candy, and it's so sad. It's like, oh, sorry, little guy. Yeah, true, true. Why does Linus sound familiar? Who's Linus? And why do I know him? I feel like I know him. I don't know from where. Oh, right. Yeah, it's true. I think after this I'll probably switch to a game. kind of looks like he has a hole in his head. Right here. Classic Scoops, like not even replying. Uh-huh. Thank you for the breathing check.
Oh, could this be reality? Waiting for you, I'm holding my breath. I don't know, it's way too tight. I could be the one for you. Oh, could this be reality? I'm waiting for you, I'm holding my breath. I don't know, it's way too tight. I could be the one for you, for you, for you. Oh, could this be reality? I'm waiting for you, I'm holding my breath. I don't know, it's way too tight. I could be the one for you, for you, for you.
I think I've been more confident with these guys. Because they're more realistic. That's what I feel more comfortable in. That's why when I'm ever doing something that's more like stylized, I'm like, Debbie, Tutu, help! I mean, obviously, if it's like a human face, I need help too. But like, when it comes to like animals, even if it's not like perfect or whatever, like it's a lot easier for me to be happy with it than other things. Pretty much. It's cute how that one has claws that are a bit rainbowy. Look, it's a pregnant shrimp. Pregnant scrimp. Let's see if we can find a different position. Yo, hey yo. How you doing, yo, baby? How was your New Year's? On the 25th, there's going to be the, what do you call it? New York Parade for New Year's, Lunar New Year. So I'm gonna go to that. Haven't been there for many years, over a decade, I'd say. It's apparently gonna be the 26th anniversary. And if you think about how I'm 28, it's pretty much almost all my life. Full real life siblings rather than like half real life siblings. Sounds fun though. What was there was one I was trying to get, but now I don't. No. This one's kind of derpy, I like it. Despite what I said, I think that maybe I should just do the ghost shrimp and then I can move to something else. So I was like, put a little ghost shrimp there. We'll figure out something for the 9 months. Or should I put the pistol shrimp to 9 months and then 1 year as a mantis shrimp? Or a coral banded shrimp is one leg, one claw for 3 months. Mm. Let's see what color it says. Yeah, I figured it might be in the greens. Because it's, you know, green behind it. Potato. Oh, this cute spud shrimp. Oh. I never played with the opacity before. I could do a lot of things, you know? This is probably gonna come off a little weird since the other ones are like so orange and red and stuff like that. And this one is only greenish just because it's of the surroundings. This is not gonna look like a shrimp. I think it's a little too far for anyone to recognize that it's a shrimp. Even if it has all the legs. What, this face? How am I supposed to make it look like a shrimp? I'll cherish it while it's here, because now it's gone. How big is this picture? My god.
I'll be waiting to be honest, fully open, with no one like your lies up all night, letting you tease my mind. I'll be waiting to be honest, fully open, with no one like. It's up to you to decide. See me letting go, I'ma lose control. I'm not afraid to fall, watch me drinking it and feel it out. See me letting go, I'ma lose control. I'm not afraid to fall, watch me drinking it and feel it out.
And it's kind of funny because it's like, you'd think because I'm a cat that I would have everything like obsessed with cats, but if anything, it feels like cats are kind of like overdone. So I am a catfish at heart. But I just represent, I guess.
See me letting go, I'ma lose control. I'm not afraid to fall, watch me drinking it and feel it out. See me letting go, I'ma lose control. I'm not afraid to fall, watch me drinking it and feel it out.
I wonder if this has transform abilities. Apparently seem to. least not in the way that I'm trying to do. Maybe. I should have done it with the ones that I selected rather than just any old thing. But alas. Maybe it'd just be appropriate to just like draw an outline of a shrimp and be like, yep, that's a ghost shrimp. That's a cute idea. You know what? Fuck it. I'll do it. I mean, it's possible that they won't know what a ghost shrimp is and that it's actually a real thing, but that's okay. I'll do that. First, I need to draw the sheet. I mean, for other colors, why? It's just creepy. Oops. How do I cover the tail? Do I just make it like vaguely tail-like? I don't know what the thing is. I thought it was different, exclusion or something, but it looks a little, you know. That's just black though. Ooh, very spooky. Ooh. Yeah, that's true. Like, it has to be over something for it to subtract from it, doesn't it? Let's try and make this into, like, all, like, white or something. Oops. Yeah, well, this isn't Photoshop, right? Oops. Let me go back to the point where I'm not covering that hand. Yo, thank you. I'm trying to make a ghosty shrimp because there's like they literally exist ghost shrimp. They're just like more transparent versions. But how you doing? Anything new with you? You know what, I'm gonna try this. Do normal here. Duplicate this. Have this be or subtract or whatever. Soft light. What if I just do that? Then shouldn't it be like the first one rather than the last one? Ugh. Alright. I'm just gonna put this here for now because I can't be asked. Export. Okay, what are we going to do next, guys? Give me some ideas. Menu, edit. Oh. Let's always have the solution. Fuck the sheet. Okay, what are we doing after this? Like he's seen shit, you know? Oops, that's not what I meant to click. It's kind of like the Psyche locks. Wow. I'll have to arrange these at some point and like post them. Still probably need another 9 months. So, do you guys have any ideas or not? Otherwise, I'm. I have to say the pistol shrimp is probably the one that least looks like a shrimp. It's okay. He's a big boy. Yo. Guys, yo, tell me what we're gonna do. Come on, come on. I know you can do it. You can do it. Meanwhile, I'm gonna eat a piece of chicken.
There's a way to the gate. We're forced to play in the material world where souls begin to fray. The race of greed, illusions on sale. They peddle desires, watch egos prevail. Consumerism slur, it tempts us all, buying our worth as we rise and fall. The puppet strings are pulling us apart. It's a treacherous art.
Yo, Okay, I'm gonna try for an 18-minute power nap, and then nobody move. I think I did my math right. Music will keep you company in the meantime.
Echoes of resignation, silence fills the air. No revolt, no fight, just despair. It's been a while since I've seen your face. How you been? I'll admit I've really missed this place. Just so you know you haven't been replaced, 'cause I still think of you now like nothing has changed. And we just can't deny our hearts still beat in time. We're both still synchronized, oh yeah. And we can't live a lie. In between you and I, there's always love we hide. And it's always when you It's always, it's always, 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 it's always when It's always, it's always, it's always It's been a while since I've seen your face. How you been? I'll admit I've really missed this place. Just so you know you haven't been replaced, 'cause I still think of you now like nothing has changed. And we just can't deny our hearts still beat in time. We're both still synchronized, oh yeah. And we can't live a lie. In between you and I, there's always love we hide. And it's always when you It's always, it's always, it's always when you It's always
a turn. Oh wait, I need to change that thing. Thank you. Actually, I can do it from the inside. As much as I hate to say it, I look forward to this particular one being over. Not my favorite. It's not bad by any means. It's just like feels like it's all over the place. So after this, there are 3 sections left. It's past 9 a.m. already, isn't it? Or 9 p.m. I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. Excuse me. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. If we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. Thank you, Kyo. I've been sneezing so much lately. Just refill my bottle. I kind of took my cat's spot on my couch. Mimi's making eye contact towards me now. And he was sitting on his cat tree while I was laying there after he cuddled with me. And I got up and now he took my place. So I guess he's happy to have his place back. Okay. You're right. The real person who killed Mr. Frito was an assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right? And the card Miss Andrews found in the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who was his client? You mean, who asked for the murder? That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer. Who do you think could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through all the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. Matt Angard himself? If Mr. Angard did hire the assassin, then he's not innocent after all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Angard, right? I mean, but when we first talked to him... Mr. Angard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Hurita? Alright. Just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Hurita, okay? I need to blow my nose. I can't speak. I didn't see any Psyche-Locks at that time. Like I said last time, I think that the way he's... Oh, my nose is bleeding. Ah! Okay. You're gonna have to hear a slightly nasally me. I didn't see any Psyche-Locks. Oh yeah, so I think that the reason why you didn't see it is because, is because he doesn't believe that he's the killer because he didn't actually do the act. Oh, the irony smell. No. No. Actually, that reminds me. Do you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. So what was this interesting thing? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going to go down with him. That's what you thought, anyway. Does that mean Juan Corrida could have been the one to... Well, no, he was going to do the... Never mind. It looked like somehow Juan had his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. So if she knew that, then probably Matt knew that too, right? Mr. Angard's secret? What is the secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Corrida was going to reveal the secret. That means Mr. Angard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Corrida silenced. This reminds me, when I was in kindergarten one time, like it would not be infrequent for me to have nosebleeds. Especially at like night or something. And I remember I was having a nosebleed in kindergarten, and I held the tissue. I usually just like stick it out my nose, but I had enough blood that when I took it out to check it, a huge clot came out that was like the size of a slug. It was crazy. I was like, what the fuck? Anyway, I'm sure you needed to know that. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Angard. Now there's no way around it. Oh, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. Isn't it past her bedtime? There's still the matter of this secret Mr. Corrida had about Mr. Angard and Miss Andrews' real intentions. So those are two things I must know tonight. But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center? One second, I'm gonna blow my nose. Okay. I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't worry. March 22nd. Hey, wait. What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for someone who knows what reason. Or for who knows what reason, maybe she said.
I was told to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made? I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. The request came from Edgipoo, so... Edgeworth? And he said...
If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer.
So I'm gonna direct all my anger towards you.
Oh, gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are.
This is absolutely top secret, so you'd better keep it to yourself. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was, you know, to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan.
Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita.
I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted the spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself. As if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too.
Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change.
I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I bet it's nothing good.
But I didn't say anything.
So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I heard it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two.
Oh?
I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? That manager, who are you talking about? You don't know? That manager woman Juan had.
It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Select's Impacts, Andrew's mentor? Or Miss Andrews' mentor, right?
Yes, that's the one. A Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know.
Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita?
Really, you young kids don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement.
3 days after their marriage announcement? What the?
Why would Miss Impacts want to kill herself? She was gonna get married.
Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan.
What? But they were gonna get married, right? They promised each other, right?
They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines.
But why? Why would he do that?
That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see.
That night, after Juan called off the wedding, that manager, Celeste, killed herself.
How terrible.
I wonder what happened between those two.
On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. It looks like things in the lobby have finally calmed down.
It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Engard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the Engard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now?
Who is this witness?
I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so here you go.
What?
I've already called them, so they already know. Go on. Go on and talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much.
This is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content? That sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means both Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now, whose story do I want to hear? That Engard. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying,
Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin, and the assassin's client is this man, Matt Engard. What's wrong? Mr. Engard, there's something I must know 100% with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer self, dude. Or dude self. Lawyer dude self. Dude lawyer self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career, and it had been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? Wow. I knew this was coming. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Psyche Lux. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is, do you, dude? Do you know about Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did in his life. Or with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started to see Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Miss Corrida's manager, and Mr. Andrews was going to get Celeste Impact's suicide note from her. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what is a pizza? Is it a kind of pea with like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? Oh, I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. It's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? Mr. Engard, are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? And are we gonna go back for... Doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Well, he's out there with a camera asking all the electronic stores. And I'll make some salad for him for dinner. Looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us. Mr. Nick? Yes? Where's the lettuce? I don't think I've bought lettuce before. Oh, I guess I have to give up making salad then. Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. But there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Corrida had on Mr. Engard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engard if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste Impact. I had finally put her death behind me, and now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. It's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want to spread around just like another piece of gossip. But I never had any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. A suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try and frame Mr. Engard? That's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they've figured it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews. Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now? A psyche lock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But... I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Oh, Mr. Wright, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers. What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking to a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. And then all of a sudden, you there, you're under arrest. And I was brought back here. Uh-oh. They said my face and my whole general self and whole self in general looks suspicious or something. I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. Well, it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Oh, well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, especially not that lawyer. Who do you think that lawyer the detective was talking about? I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it was me. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick. Miss Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? This is gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing, like, spring breeze image going. But what is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He always said, it's just a game to justify himself. Maybe he must have had a relationship with Celeste. What? That's horrible. That's unforgivable. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said that once that only one person in the world who wouldn't swoon over... There's only one person in the world who wouldn't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him? His manager, you know. It was Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? Ah, you see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right? A dazzling sort of image? But aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. Aww. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh hey, did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impax? We heard something about how her wedding was cancelled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day and about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you go ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Hey, have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Kurita? Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. A truly insidious man? What did she mean Mr. Kurita by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be the reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Well, that's some good info, thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I had to get to the two of them to tell me something. Mr. Nick, your phone! Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back in the office real soon. What's wrong? Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, Edgeworth? Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good, and... Hello? He got cut off. What's going on, Mr. Nick? Gumshoe said we need to go back to the office right away. Then we should hurry back. I'm scared to go back. What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together. Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow, I doubt that. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought that camera, that spy camera. Eh? This quickly? And this bear is what gave them away, pal. The bear. I figured it out, pal. I figured out that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But isn't that what Miss Edgeworth? Shh, Pearls. And? Go on. There's only one person who bought one of those kinds of bears who's related to this crime. Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room? Matt Engard. Huh? Matt Engard. Your client, that's who, pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? And that person who bought this bear was... I heard it from the department clerk's pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's the exact amount that matched that stuffed bear. A receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold that bear to Mr. Engard. I mean, the clerk he even got Mr. Engard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed animal was Mr. Engard himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. Credit card receipt added to the record. So what about the spy camera we found? Ah, that was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess you can give these back. I can give these back to you for you to file away into evidence. Spy camera transmitter and stuffed bear refiled. I know you don't want to give up, pal. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Mr. Kurita's room was Matt Engard. Why would Mr. Engard do something like this? I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Kurita on one of their rendezvous. I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know about the absolute truth behind this camera. Oh, that was him. Sorry. I have to know the absolute truth about this camera. Are you gonna go see him? Mr. Engard, I mean? Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next. I'm scared myself, but I had to put on a good face for Pearls. Engard, what in the world have you done? You're really working late, pal, you know? It's already past 10 p.m., my dude. He didn't say my dude. He just said dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. That secret. Yeah, let's hear this secret of yours. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan Kurita. Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night.
Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Kurita's room at the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images to the camera with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? The spy camera was hidden inside this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was... Mr. Engard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met this bear, Mr. Bear, dude. Before he says he knows you. But he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Engard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd say I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof that you want to show me first? Here's the proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. Oh wait, back. Evidence. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Engard. And it was when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to the department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, it could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew, elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, then why are you looking into this stuff like that? Because I don't know the truth. If I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like a stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked you why you set the camera up yet. And what is your secret? And what your secret is? Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filmed it is... Where's her face? Adrian Andrews? There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Kurita were having secret meetings. You, who is keeping tabs on Mr. Kurita, you were going to reveal this as a fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right? Dude, you can be such a moron, huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer dude, that's kind of scandal. That's the good stuff. That's what we get in the industry called juicy. The good stuff? Juicy? Look, we can go into publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stopped paying attention to us, then that would be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Kurita because of Miss Andrews. And there's only one reason I can think of you doing that. The real reason you set up that camera in Mr. Kurita's room was... What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly DeKiller, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly DeKiller. That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Engard, I know why you know Mr. DeKiller. It's because you're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how would you know something like that? It's because you're his client, that's why. You hired Shelly DeKiller to assassinate Mr. Juan Kurita. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt Engard. And here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. Engard, did you really hire? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. Well, time for what? I think it's time for you. I assume he says, like, know the truth. Oh! Whoa! 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 How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Engard. Yo, I did not see that coming. Like, yeah, he had hair in his face, but look at that big-ass cup of something. Well done, Mr. Engard. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you had. You really... So you are Shelley the Killer's client? You didn't really think I dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me, I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? That's... You're lying. What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. Oh, why? Why did you hide the video camera in? A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret? But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone. Least of all, assassins. What? Oh, come on now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deeds over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why... Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, and then even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough for an answer for you, little girl. Why? Why would you kill Mr. Kurita? Pearls, can you just chill? Because he was about to sling so much dung in my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Kurita had been able to give it, then Mr. Engard's secret would have... Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know. I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit it crept up on me, and then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Kurita ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Andrew. I am not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow up anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me, Matt Engard. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you'd killed Juan Kurita, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was the killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a cat nap in my room. You killed Mr. Kurita. Haha, I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Ugh. Aw, but too bad you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya! You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel! So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think that I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, right. What are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy. No! We can't do that. That's right, he's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth! Right, only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I truly didn't understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt I could no longer stand in a court of law until I truly knew what a prosecutor was. And now, right, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer. But to fight someone who is clearly a killer, Matt Engard, that man is really, It doesn't matter who, every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that on the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? But what is that exactly? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get Engard an acquittal, that isn't proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who are suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, but also I'd like to note, not everyone is going to be innocent. So, but everyone, like you said, will get a defense. So how would you? Like, it's just like a coincidence that he managed to get all innocent people until now. I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I were to win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone. That something is easier said than done, wouldn't you say? You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Franziska, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record, that's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. You see, now I understand why you despise me so. However, you're mistaken. But thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that such things as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe in you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith in you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. So cryptic, but if you can't, then you'll be powerless to change the ending of the story. No pressure.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
I'm sorry for what happened to you earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Engard's sake? Why are you... Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. So then why will you ask the killer why he's defending a killer? Like, it's just... what? I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What? What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called a client relations and is part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I could to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. But what is your name? I believe I told you once before, however, you did, but my name is DeKiller. Shelly DeKiller. You're Shelly DeKiller? Please, keep in mind that you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain... Maya! It would be my duty as an assassin to see that she receives a nice long nap. No! Now then, if you'll excuse me. If someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! He's with Shu. In Engard's house. I don't know what to say. Edgeworth, huh? Did you hear that at the end of the transmission? Huh? Oh yeah, that sounded like a cat. A cat? It can't be. That cat, can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly DeKiller is, holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all the police units head to Engard's mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah. Yay, cats saved the day. Okay, move to the living room. Maya! Please answer us! Mystic Maya! We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape, assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. That butler all this time, he was DeKiller. He and Engard were working together all this time. I'm sure they worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Oh, it's the figurine of a bear, but there's a lot of cuts in it for some reason. Figurine added to the court record. A bear, isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed in the door. I'm sure that's for Shu. You think this came through the little door? This door, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty sure I used to break down... well, I'm pretty used to breaking down doors by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Oh, there's no one here. From the looks of this room, I'd say this is Engard's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be a important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but... The tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. We searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking for you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkup points along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste. Miss Impax? You mean... Yes, Mr. Greta's former manager. Why would the picture of Miss Impax be here in Mr. Engard's mansion? And why does this say with love? This might be a clue. So the man she was talking about was probably, Engard and not, what's his face? Kurita. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. Huh? What's so special about the frame? On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message. What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creep Steinbeck not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. Oh, something. No! Just Maya. Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth, yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Miss Andrews' psyche lock. If I could find out what secret she's holding. I think I could stand a chance in court tomorrow to blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I'm starting to feel better about this case, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open up that last lock. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I have come to remove your psyche lock. Psyche lock? I want to know, and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try and break me if you can. Says the totally weak lady, allegedly. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason for disliking Mr. Engard. And Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I took my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such a strong feeling, even revenge, and that's Miss Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me what this relation between Matt and Celeste? No, wait. No! I didn't mean it. I have to go through the whole thing again. Do I start from the beginning? Yeah. This is a photo of Miss Impax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. But with love, Celeste. This is Miss Impact's handwriting, Isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this in Mr. Engard's mansion. After all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard it didn't work out. Because Mr. Kurita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. But because of Mr. Engard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager for a long time. A long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then. I often saw the two of them together. So that's why, with love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used, toyed with, until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they even planned to get married. And then it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called off the wedding, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt are always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impax. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I am almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind, and in that note she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. And then when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that the note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging if it to his refreshing like spring breeze image. In any case. With his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At the time, that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out all about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I frantically searched for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I'd even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer, I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either, not with Maya's situation or what I know now. How did I get in this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. He's had this before, hasn't he? What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. Huh? But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence. You are no longer worthy of your title. That would have been the perfect time to have some reverb. Right. Good memory. I've had this dream before, someplace, some time ago. As if the day was written in destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. It's about damn time. March 23rd, 9:43 a.m. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna have to prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Now listen up, you better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creep Slimebag not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. Phoenix. Mia. Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. It's that cursed Engard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Gumshoe, I'm really sorry. Where are you? Let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after to killer, pal. Oh, they let me join the... Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial's over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can to find a killer. If we can get Maya out of there, then you can get Engard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. And we're gonna give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have some money. You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. That's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Apparently I do have friends. Looks like we're coming to the end. I may have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. Good guy, Gumshoe. Yeah, that's true. Amnesia. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mysterious being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime at all? Mr. Edgeworth, would you please inform the court of today's proceedings? Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, and she proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. You're saying that she's guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with the committing of the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. It's a calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Carrito was killed by a professional assassin, and the person who hired this assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Engard. What a surprising turn of events! I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold on as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecutor calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Sorry. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry, I just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Engard's room. Okay, sure. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in the front of his room, still in his Nickel Samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two for a while, and then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me at night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Engard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? Also, Edgeworth is talking about, like, trickery and, like, all that stuff. But in the end, everything he's saying is right, so I'm not really sure how much trickery is it. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his Nickel Samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me. Oh wait. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were standing there, the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip, but that's a perfectly normal thing to do. So how long did you watch the two of them? No more than a minute or two, I think. I guessed with me that night, so I didn't want to make them wait. First, what do you mean by that? I didn't think he was a normal bellboy, and why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. I think it's because he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you found something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's right. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. Briz. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was, because the tip really shocked me. How much was it? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't understand at all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give a generous tip, wouldn't you agree? Sure, but giving him that much is a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify to the court about how much you would say the defendant gave the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? Look at Powers, even his little knees are bent. Ah, well, how interesting. It certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typically fair for people like him. Affair. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? It's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for my hard work. So suppose that roll of cash was not a tip. Then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment. Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Juan Carita. Then the bellboy was the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't you think you don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card of Shelley DeKiller left at the scene of the crime. Shelley DeKiller? He's the person the police special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley DeKiller. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? Oh, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured out something. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when I saw that the bellboy I saw earlier was coming out of the room. Of course, that's when I say room, I mean Juan Carita's room. Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. DeKiller, then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room, and that bellboy was really the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. This is no laughing matter. This time I was in that hallway just because I had to go to the bathroom, and that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Carita's room. Now that I think about it, the bellboy did something that was kind of out of place. So what exactly was out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next? Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree, it's a bit strange, Mr. Powers, but is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one? There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for our room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. I Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? Yeah? So what's the issue? Why are you arguing? Everyone knows they're on the same side. I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your statement, please. Your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of the guest room empty-handed. Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you'll look at what's on top of the table in the lower right here, anyone can clearly see that that's a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. Ah, but that would mean the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? It might be, I don't know. Witness. Isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed. I recall you said you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves. Yeah, pitch black, leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ugh. Boy, does this bellboy look suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So? A football made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? That's funny. But that man, he gave a large roll of cash. He received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Ugh. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now, then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes. Please tell us more. Okay. I'm surprised Lotta Hart hasn't made a reappearance. I guess she didn't have as much of an impact. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside. The old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and went back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kind of saw that by accident. Some accident. I say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to the high heaven. I think it's safe to say we can no longer consider the bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. I said hold it. Okay. That's better. Ahem. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. He gave something to this person? Yeah, and what was this something? If I remember, it was something removed from the crime scene. Are you sure that you can't remember? I think it was something small. This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please, try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's move to another point, namely what the bellboy did next. So after he gave the thing to the person in the room, I think I asked the wrong question. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? And you're saying you didn't even see the person's face? Yeah, I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he was handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. And as for the person who received this item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is why whatever was room for the crime scene had been handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was that the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was no... If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. What's the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw. Was it this item? Oh, hey, yeah, that's it. That's something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Matt Engard's mansion. At the defendant's house? What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Carita in his room, and he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. And then the bear was being found at Mr. Engard's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor. Matt Engard is the killer's client. So, the killer gave the figurine to Matt Engard. If he hadn't done that, I would have thought that maybe the killer brought it as like insurance, like double insurance. Even though he wants to, like, he's all about aftercare and stuff. But like, why would he bring it other than like, okay, maybe to prove that the guy's dead, I guess. But that puts something in his, he puts him closer to the victim. Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yes, sorry, Mia. No, it's alright, your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't showed it in court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Oh, I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it's clear that there's no more need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen, I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor. A minute, please. Yes, here? Yes? Right? There's still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? That was found in Mr. Engard's mansion. However, Mr. Engard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means, since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. Engard who took this bear to his mansion. What? Why? That's very true. We hadn't considered that point, Mr. Wright. There's no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have just taken this bear home. Phew, disaster averted. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it as clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Engard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was DeKiller. DeKiller and Engard were working together, so to speak. And DeKiller was hiding in the Engard mansion as its butler. What a bold move! The bear figurine was brought back to Engard's mansion by DeKiller himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Engard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad to have the police found it during their investigation. Why not take it at all? Just leave it. Well, Mr. Wright, we've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? By the way, I was thinking about making a, when Wright slaps the paper, I was thinking about making that into like an emoji or something. I have to try. I have to find something else. Well, what do you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to... I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony. What? Is there still another one? There is indeed, Your Honor. It's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright. What's the questionable point you'd like to... explore further? Receive the bear. There's one thing that Mr. Power's testimony was very unclear, and that was the identity of the person receiving the bear. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was who took the bear, we can't be sure of— What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're gonna scream like that, at least give us a good reason why. Oh yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm, it was Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've got to be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order! It looks like you have dug your own grave, yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And, as we all know, Matt Engard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we've made it all clearer. I think we've heard enough. Now we know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client, who hired the assassin to commit the murder, was Matt Engard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Your Honor? Well, what do I do? Raise an objection, of course. Objection! There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is one little dirty trick. Your Honor. Let us. I'm going to... I just took, you couldn't see it, but I took a little Gazzo video of him smacking the paper, so I could use it as a reference later. Reason number 1, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2, that very same figurine was found in the Engard mansion. However, it's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person. You're saying... What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you think is Mr. DeKiller's real client, therefore the real murderer? Because she put on the samurai suit. Not because I actually believe that, but we had to drag it out. Miss Andrews. Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Engard for the crime. By wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Ah! Then, that nickel samurai arm I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. Engard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Engard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in this defense's logic, besides which there's no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount the possibility either. What's with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. Well, it's all to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is the one fight I can't give up on. Order, order, order! All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even though you must have thought it very strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to Engard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Is it the transmitter? I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness that will clear any doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. March 23rd, 11:54 a.m. Oh, I knew it was going to be a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought that in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt on Adrian. Ugh, I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick! Pearls, where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time! If we just had one, even a single clue, that would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I was kept thinking to myself, I gotta keep the trial going on until Maya's been rescued. But I've just run out of luck this time? Is all of our hope for naught? A tent, huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia, it looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya who called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. I could see the circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The Big Berry Circus. Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a second, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map around 300-foot radius from that main tent. Hurry. And I can see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Huh. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but that was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's been starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. Ooh, okay, everyone hydrate. March 23rd, 12:05 p.m. Court will now reconvene. The killer doesn't want the trial to last longer. We want the trial to last longer to prevent the inevitable of the fact that there's too much proof showing that Engard is the killer, and so we are trying to give Gumshoe more time to find Maya. And then once they find Maya and have her safe, then we can just slam it down on this guy. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. I'm glad it's making sense to you now. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you've been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You've seen it before? That's right, it's only natural the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to those bear secrets? Alright. Why does she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, with just room enough to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You can't really tell that it's just a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, it's superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, and you nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I guess they would never guess that this was a puzzle. Kinda like how they wouldn't guess that the thinking man was a clock. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. So you can take it apart, and how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right, then push it in. Oh yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. A boy and his new toy, it's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me, go on, carry on. I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. That's where the suicide note is. And how do you know this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from a friend when I went to Switzerland. Then this is a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue your testimony. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell... Wait, So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt that there are many people with the same bear in the country. But this looks like it could be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get out what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's broken. You really can't tell it's just a small jewelry box by looking at it. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small jewelry box, or a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. As long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us know. The two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Engard didn't know, right? I think this is all I'm going to get for now. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have to come to realize that there is only one very important fact that we have to uncover, and that is, this bear is actually a jewelry box. Now we have to agree to this point. Maybe because he was going to propose to Celeste, which is why she brought it back. There's only one logical question that can come next, that is, what is inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next, witness. Yes. Only you can open this. Please. There's a powerful silence. All eyes are on Miss Andrews as now she solves the puzzle, and it takes the bear apart. I've opened it. This is what you wanted? What is it? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note. The suicide note. The suicide note written by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impact. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Miss Impacts had a very beautiful handwriting, and just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left before she committed suicide. Order! Witness, do you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. I discovered his body. I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything was going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now the suicide note has been found. What's the next logical question? What's written on the note? That's right, at least that's what I would think. Now then, I begin it's only appropriate that the contents of this note be known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. The judge's voice rang out loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impact left us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and thrown away by Engard, about being engaged to Corrida and Engard's role in destroying that, and about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impacts had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for the murder. Isn't that right, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of this note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word! Matt Engard's values, above all else, is refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At all cost. Or any cost. Your note's added to the record. This time, he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who defend these groups too. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. DeKiller's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note. And only one person who needed that note badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear within the note was found at the defendant's house. But how did he know about, I don't know, okay. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. Ugh, how am I supposed to escape this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know, I had to carry on and buy him more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe I can somehow find a way out of the situation through one of those. The gavel is already in the judge's hand, Phoenix, hurry. Suicide note or the figurine, which of these do I pursue? Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. The assassin took this with him from the crime scene after murdering Mr. Corrida. At the request of his client, of course. So, what's your point, Mr. Wright? I don't think it's possible that Mr. DeKiller's client was Matt Engard. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. You can't tell just by looking at this bear that it's really a jewelry box. The chances that Matt Engard thought the note was inside this bear are 0 to none. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there's no reason why Engard would ever want a jewelry box like this. Order, order, order! You make a very valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth? Okay, hold on. Think about this. What's your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing for more despair upon itself. I want to check to see. How does it determine? When chatbot settings. Okay, sorry, I'm just changing the. I finally found out where to change the chatbot things, so I'm gonna change it from every 30 minutes to every hour. Right now, it won't be so annoying. Anyway, I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? This is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt Engard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on, his personal life being watched by none other than Matt Engard. Order! Order! Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have a camera that was in Stuffed Bear's eye. But this camera I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch, and using this gumshoes bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Matt Engard's were found on there? Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Engard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. You got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now, what's that lawyer thinking?
Mommy, is that man a bad killer guy?
Shh, don't stop. Don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief. Have you figured out what you're going to do next? What am I going to do next? Is running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth was very close to putting the lid on this case. But his eagerness to prove the point, he's forgetting one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I'd really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think it's time to we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? Is that evidence? I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So, you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. There's something you should really examine about this piece of evidence. That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure. It is. This suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few minutes ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. So, as it were, this is a pivotal piece of evidence where really written by Miss Impacts or not. That's yet to be even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be... Mr. Wright! Are you saying the suicide note is fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engard. Who said that you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it in this bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense indiscriminately accused the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve this puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Mr. Engard. I did no such thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake, then show us the court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented the scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? It's as the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems we have yet again reached a point where a verdict is impossible. It's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. How is that not good? I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both prosecution and defense further investigate handwriting analysis. Engard is guilty. Any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, 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 guilty. Okay, I think we get the point, guys. What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? Sigh. What is it? What's it? That sigh. Where's Maya? What happened to kill her? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was someone else to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal, but the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh, what is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold it, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch. Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying. Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... I'm reluctant to say this, however. It appears I have no other choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests of this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and reconvened tomorrow? 30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. The prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess, but be advised I will not allow another recess day today. I'm not sure if this is helping us or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. How long have they been in court? That's what I want to know. Right. Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't afford to find her in that time. Something adequate. Report. Ah, is that Mr. Edgeworth? Well, it's less that and more that they said that Maya wouldn't last another day because she's being starved. So it's a combination of like that, but also mainly just that Maya won't be able to last that long. Right, it looks like we just missed them, sir, but the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh ho ho, I thought you asked, pal. I've got things he left me right with me and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Things like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to— I'm really sorry, sir, but I gotta put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. In my hunk of junk car, I'll say I'll be there in 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out of the— oh god. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. The police are gonna stop him. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Is that Gumshoe? Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. No, one can stop. Oh, fuck. What happened? Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone was broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we could find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get in an accident now? Is there any way we can find out where exactly he is at the moment? Yes. That's right, there's a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Gumshoe is through this. Ha ha ha. Why are you bringing up Francisca at this time? On a time like— oh, I see. I'll try and get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca. Will she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know, my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt on someone who's totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say Defense Attorney Phoenix chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit anyone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call from you. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finishing with the handwriting analysis. I'll have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is that you must do. So do we want to finish this? Because we can. There's 4 cross-examinations. I didn't read them. I just skimmed to see how long it was going to be. It's up to you. Yeah. This will be the last one. But I just want to make sure that you guys aren't planning on going to bed in the next minute. Okay. How about you, Usk? Shrimp.io. think I'll probably add it to my wish list. Baking, we can continue. Okay, cool. Baking a mystery, baking a murder. Courtesy of Stephanie Sue. March 23rd, 2:34. 2:34. Blah, 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 blah. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand defense acting like this. But however, why do you also seem so distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, if you care to explain what's going on. If this is not written by Miss Impax, then who was it who wrote it? We need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carita. Mr. Carita? Well, it looks like Miss Impax has never left a suicide note after all. She never even wrote anything about Engar. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed fake, Mr. Engard could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. His theory that Engard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong about it. The defense believes that the theory that the prosecution has stated contradicts the testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Engard to not have known about it was fake. Just choose the transmitter. Well, just to be safe, What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. A very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. You kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Engard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Engard would have known that the victim had forged the note. So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was fake. And if that's true, then the situation can suddenly change in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engard's motive for murder was has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engard monitored Mr. Carita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote a note in a place Mr. Engard didn't know of. Well, to be fair, they were talking about VCR as like modern technology, so. Well, yeah, but you're right. But I think it was maybe just that it was so a fancy version. It was so tiny. He is very old though. Oh, right back at you, Edgeworth. Why didn't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery in an unknown place? Order, 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 Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it's you who has dug his own grave. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured. It came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you're not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Engard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edward's stuttering is not like him at all. unusual. What sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hires Shelley DeKiller to commit murder? It's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer the question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness? It is, yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley DeKiller. Oh, Mr. DeKiller. What? Wait, Shelley DeKiller? And where's Maya? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here to the witness stand? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask your permission. Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else but drag this trial out. Defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is alright to do this. Very well, then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? But also, if he was running around, how did you find him then? Now then, witness, your name and your, occupation, please. Oh. I didn't think about that. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley DeKiller, and I am a professional assassin. I say, what's going on here, Your Honor? How can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now. And it came with a condition. Oh, that's why he was... As long as we do not, trace its source, Mr. DeKiller will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got was early about. Oh no, this will not do. I can't allow this in my court. Sorry. I made the mistake of putting a very firm piece of chicken in my mouth. And I have to chew on my left side, because otherwise it'll get stuck between a space specifically between two teeth. And that'll be a pain in the butt and hurt. I'm almost done. Also, Usk, what are you baking right now? Or have you already started the new croissants? Oh, my jaw's getting a workout. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really DeKiller himself. If you rehydrate, witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley DeKiller. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya! A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley DeKiller. We have to run yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Kwan Kurita, is this correct? It is as you say, I did indeed kill Mr. Kurita. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all about Dream, right? That's all it is. Jelly the Killer. What is he going to say? There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And the reason I'm here today is on this witness stand. It is my witness that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd say almost as if he seems to be mocking us. Oh, right. Nice, nice, nice. Hope the crackers are good. Are the crackers also sourdough? Are you just one giant sourdough? Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. Do you mean about this trust between his client and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. Oh, cool. What are you gonna eat the crackers with? Soup? I need to stop putting firm pieces of chicken in my mouth. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. There's something first I must state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. The trust between you and your client? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that's why you're testifying in this manner? This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the Killer name so my clients can trust me. Couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? This never happened before, but if it did, yes? That person wouldn't be my client for long. It would certainly... That's enough, please no more. Very well, it's only hypothetical anyway. And that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. It seems a little strange to me. It means you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that is very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside their prescribed role. Their role. This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? Also, okay guys, I'm taking mental bets. Bets for all the scrimp. Who do you think the killer is? Because there's a lot of evidence against Matt, and he is a horrible person. No, not sorry. Who is the client? Who do you think the client is? The killer is obviously the killer. He's both the killer and the killer. Someone with monies. No, give me a name. Give me a profile picture. This is your chance to say objection. No! Clearly the judge didn't do it. Come on, take it seriously. Don't make me hold you hostage. Okay. So, Demi thinks that the client is Juan Carita, which would not be the first time that the client was the person who incited murder. And, Busk, what say you? Mm-hmm. It is pretty sus. I'm also taking this time to do some chewing, so. But obviously, it's totally just because I'm waiting for your answer. Shifty eye. Oh, it's like everyone has tried to pin everything on everyone else. Plot twist, they're all his clients. There's one giant client. To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die? No. I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. Just ran out of tissues. I'm gonna grab a new box real quick. It's my wish that you grasp this concept before I keep the name. I didn't even click that. That went by itself. Trust between your client and I provide my service. Wait. I'm sorry, but I was just wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another person is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can portray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. That's my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. You can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value judgment over... You value trust over all else. I believe we're ready. Excellent. And the reason I'm here today, on this witness stand, now I do believe it's about time I reveal the name of my client, don't you agree? What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, I will. Witness. What is the name of the client who requested your murder, Juan Carita? The person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Witness. That's not what you told me. Told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I should know my own client, and that is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. Killer told him a different name. Matt Edgeworth? I mean, Matt Engard? Perhaps? I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. You Shelley the killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Engard. Am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and instead has provided a suicide note which is forged, created by the victim. A forgery. Furthermore, there's a possibility the defendant himself knew it was fake. But most definitely of all, we've heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. De Killer's client, who requested the murder not be the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it's obvious to me that this means that Matt Engard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you've reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews immediately. What now? With the way this is going, Engard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And Engard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would believe that the prosecutor's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone. Please, that testimony just now. It was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now. You have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. De Killer himself has testified. He named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife, the button, donning the nickel samurai costume. That's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste's impact was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her and you wanted revenge against who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reason to want them both dead. No, Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Okay. Go eat. Thank you. Kayosk. Is your meat. And anyone who's lurking. I shall not name. Please help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I believe we should reach the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide, do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Phoenix. I can't do it, Maya. I can't accept not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Edgeworth is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than Engard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact. That's because of Edgeworth that I know the real truth. He could have gotten Engard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it that way, till now. I trust him? Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we allow to further question Mr. DeKiller. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But the witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I am not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. Ah, that's what you call it. That's what Edgipoo was trying to say. His job is to find the truth. Still more evidence to look at. I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth. I feel like the judge is like, I don't get paid enough for this. Please reestablish your relationship with DeKiller. Your connection with Mr. DeKiller. Right away, Your Honor. Like just it's here. Close this there. Okay. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, I would like to talk to you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about, usually done? But what should we testify him about now? Now that I have no food in my mouth, I'm going to do my best to do the accents properly. Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder that no one likes to go to court? I see a stray. See a stray Scoob. I'm just gonna tell him. Still. Okay. About my client, part 2. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for their crime. Ooh, records! Wow, they look so professional. Oh, my cat wants to go outside. You know how when things are handmade, they look more professional than when they're made by a machine. Like that's the vibes I get. It's like of your crackers. I mean, very impressive. Let's make it. Okay, my client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrido was dead. Even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button, that action from which I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is the most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have the cross-examination to do. You don't need to question a testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies of that oh so beneficial case, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea Juan Carita had been murdered. But how do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass. Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Carita had already fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? No, it's not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had that been planned, they would have never had their fingerprints behind. I see your point, Mr. Edgeworth. What is your opinion? Strangely enough, I have had the exact same thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not very important, an important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you're mistaken. If Adrian Andrews is really your client as you claim, then your client should have a knowledge of Mr. Carita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney is yet to raise an objection to this absurd situation? Phoenix, if DeKiller figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I am surprised. You know you can't say things like that without evidence. Ah, sorry. Well, that was awfully weak objection for you two. Anyway, I'm positive there is a contradiction in that state testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy us more time, while we wait for the items DeKiller left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. It's what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That's correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was that brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I had never taken a request by phone or mail. And why is that? It's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony of any importance? It's not important. Why he meets his clients is not important, and it wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question is, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? It was very important. Because he just said him. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case. Witness, please include the statement you just said in your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client. Oh, he thought that Adrian was a man because of the name. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at the bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley DeKiller. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you she's a woman. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what's the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following, that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request, but he's never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that's exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could have not been Miss Adrian Andrews. What the heck? Is this oil sweating? So much? Oh yeah, Trillo. Rip. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was going on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What is going on? Shelley DeKiller, this court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So it means you remember something different now. Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. Ugh, I knew he was just gonna spit out more lies. Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Yes, now I remember. I took the request by mail. There have been times where I took a job without meeting my client. The request was for the murder of John Carita and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client might be a man. So you took this job and through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony. Which means he was definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Oh, true love. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. I've been there. There have been times where I took a job without having met my client. There was a request for the murder of Juan Carita and 2 or 3 other small things. 2 or 3 other things? Yes, and what were those other things? A few things that have nothing to do with this case? What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Whether or not they are related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes, everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client, which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you're planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should he turn out to be one? Wait! Uh-oh, this is really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. What is this worth pursuing? Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Carita's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. One of these is to find a bear figurine and give it to Adrian Andrews. Shelley to kill her. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should have not been inside. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order, order, order! So that's where you two have been going. So by the very fact that the suicide note is still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means? It means, Your Honor, that it's impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Oh! Order, order, order! Ugh, Mr. Phoenix, right. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's enough. If that is your intention, there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please. Not that. Please wait. Miss Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Ah! What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand what this witness's outburst was about. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should... The prosecution, What's come over everyone? Even you are... The prosecution... Rests. What's going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is the most unusual situation. The prosecution rests with no further questions. Then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley the killer's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. If I end the trial here right now, then your client, Matt Engard, would be declared innocent. In his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews would be charged with murder. The prosecution has no further questions, so we'll now ask the defendants for their final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Engard, to the stand. The items from from Tequila's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time's run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as truly innocent and a good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But at least one charge of murder would appear you are innocent. Huh. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Engard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, given his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a breeze crap, it's all just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. You're right, Mr. Lawyer. Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? You better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as a murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Engard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Engard, is... Ooh. Usk, what do you want to choose? What do you want to choose? Yeah, but also Maya wants you to find him guilty. What are you gonna do? So, knowing that, and I'll go with guilty. What are we waiting for? We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Engard, your client, deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Engard is... Karma! What are you doing here? You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you never should take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Avant Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy, he's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat is this? That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard for this whole trial, all for what's inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that what's inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? Okay, wait. I'm gonna... Just to be safe, I'm gonna double save it. So, there's a good ending and a bad ending. And it suggests that we do the bad ending first. So we saved it so we can always go back to where we started. The trial's already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it's our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant them permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will be not accepted by this court. Now, Ms. Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence that what we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That's all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer have a pistol? Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Question. Does the pistol have anything to do with this case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. That's the pistol he used to shoot you with, isn't it? That is what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure to be an excellent sample for the test. So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Franziska. It's probably not going to help us very much. Just to add it to the court record. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took it from Engard Mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there's no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Surely the killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that the uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I am almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There is a button missing on this uniform. A button. It is a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to discover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. Bellboy's uniform added to the court record. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? Sure, were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley's the killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it is who's the client. Yes, that is correct. And these items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's try for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are two ways out of this situation for us. Two? The first. Make Engard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Engard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. Then that may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Engard. If the killer were to no longer think of Engard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these I know both of these seem impossible feats at first. But if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. He's not accepting them. Phoenix, think about things through the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, you mean to turn things around. Phoenix. Oh, turnabout. Ah. Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have all seen the evidence, and that's how we have come to know the truth. But there's one person who's yet to see them all, and that person does not know the truth. That truth. It may be what that will bring the miracle in the end. There are no objections to this time, correct? Now I pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us who needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then, what do you want to show the evidence to? You want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I grant you one chance. One chance. Please show your evidence to who you think that is the right person. That's impossible to turn the situation around in one try. One try, that's all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that's happened up until this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking Engard down at the same time. Now then, right? Let's not waste any more time. Okay. This is where I'm supposed to save. Okay, we're gonna do the bad ending first. Who would you like to show evidence to? I want to show it to... Maya. We just have to choose anyone but... the killer's profile, I believe. I see. And now, tell this courtroom what one piece of evidence you'd like to see to show this person. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't have anything to say to this. How about you, Miss Von Karma? Well, I was just shot, so... I'm afraid I can't allow the defense to continue. What? No one understands what you're talking about anymore. Wait, please, one more chance. That's enough. Mr. Wright, I now will state my verdict. The court finds the defendant, Matt Engard. That is all. This court is adjourned. And just like that, the case came to an end. I ran away from the courtroom and wandered the streets alone. I never saw Maya again. The killer is a man of his word, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. The miracle never happened. Maybe it was never meant to. Because a miracle is something that doesn't exist. I just got tingles. Oh, we got a achievement for getting the bad ending. Looks like at some point I'm gonna have to go back to, there's like a couple of achievements that I missed from this this game. What would you like to show the evidence to? Now let's go for the winning thingy. I see. And now, tell this court what piece of evidence you'd like to show this person. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there's some merit to showing evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring the transceiver from earlier. Alright, looks like I have managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you want to show me one piece of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client not to watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you're on this tape. Me? There is a video camera hidden on the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted the camera? Well, the only person who could plant a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a time and place for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why didn't Matt Engard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted to blackmail you. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above the blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. Do you have anything to say to that, Shelly the killer? Oh! It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That's the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks of and plots of how to use people around them to protect themselves from any and all danger that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes, you told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would be my next target. For the honor of to kill her name, even if it takes an eternity, I'll follow that person to the ends of the earth and to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah! I get it. This is how we turn this case around. Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I'll now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Maya, I never thought I'd see you again. Thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I actually am sort of... I don't quite know... Ah! Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to hand down the verdict. Mr. Ennegaard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so bad. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, a very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me! Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whatever your character tells you. Right, Chief. Matt Ennegaard. Even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set out foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger, no matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. Oh my god. Guess what's going on the thumbnail? As it were, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. We? I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt Ennegaard? I have left Miss Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course of meal with a whip leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes, I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put it? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that's good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. March 23rd, 5:14 p.m. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You've got them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements to this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matt Engard, is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? Girls, you're telling me the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak on a patrol car. Ah, missing Maya's safe. You did it. You really did it, Mr. Nick. Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Thanks. Oh, what's wrong? Miss Von Karma. About earlier, thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Finksvite? You lost. Your perfect win rate has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy. I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry, she may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth. My own personal victories for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book. Also, and so my win record remained spotless, but a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I'd lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. So I left the prosecutor's office. I left that note, Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As you well should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what had happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. It was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And before I knew it, I began to trust that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses, the truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge that we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one, it's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch, but we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you.
The truth.
Yes, that is the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had sights on victory, who ran away into the night.
Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. All those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool.
Miss Von Karma.
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. Worthy? You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Franziska threw something on the ground just now. This is the electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. And there's something else.
Ah, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Okay.
Nick.
Maya!
Mystic Maya.
Mystic... my voice can't go that high. Mystic Maya! No.
Oh, Nick. I knew you'd come through. You got Angar convicted, and I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But where you sure pressed our luck at this trial, you're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is that really an easy thing to do? Something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it. Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're right.
Hey, looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from what I was a year ago.
All right. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
She probably wants burgers.
Huh?
Where are we going?
Food, Nick, food! Grab chow, I'm starved. I'm so hungry, even you look nice, juicy...
You look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist.
All right. How about we head up our usual
burger joint? Oh wait, that was Phoenix. Sorry.
Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening, and even got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food! What's she talking about?
Oh, March 23rd, 7:38 p.m. Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Gumshoe, are you alright?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him? Y'all did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was about to give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor, don't you reckon you bully Mr. Wright too hard? If y'all don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight, even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now, everyone gather around. Y'all gonna get your picture taken by a genuine, professional photographer. Looks like Lotta brought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about chow. So let's chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Huh? Me? Do you really think so? He's right. If it weren't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Oh, well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put 1 of the items in my coat pocket and there was a 4th item? Oh, come on, y'all, it's over. But, woo boy, I tell you, you were really something else. Between getting accused of murder, getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that?
Like being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared?
Yeah, it was really scary. Felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture.
You know, I don't know where it went.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. It's sure nice to finally see them both smiling. What if the 4th item was her picture? What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking up something. Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Oh, thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, each tracking device seems to go out to a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you're eating way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me. Welcome back, Demi. So there's a bad ending and a good ending. We did the bad ending first. And yeah. What? I just want to say thank you, Edgeworth. Thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be getting thanks, it should be me, right? Giving thanks. I feel like words alone aren't good here, aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything else I can give him to express how I feel. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey.
Hey, Mystic Maya. Yes, brother. I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean?
Fairly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask? Everyone say thank you to Nick. What? Yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal, so I kind of already put my name on your bill. Huh? Yeah, I got my situation just like that myself. And there's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here, it'd be better anyhow for 3,000. Huh? Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it from me since it's on your tab and all. Huh?
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Aw, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you.
Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright, if you say so.
You really came through for me, Nick.
I had to hide the letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for you two just in case.
Fuck. Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Wow. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard you say things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. Oh, I forgot about her. I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And big smiles and joy to the people who come to the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Hottie Ho Ho. Recently, yes. That girl, you know, I haven't seen her around, yes. But I remember if I even laid so much as an eye on her, I would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes, oh. I guess just Gumshoe was working for the police. Did we know anyone else who worked for the police before? It's time to begin our quest and let the world know we are serious. I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe.
Hey Max, what do you think of Zimbabwe's like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
I think there are any bunnies talking, even they won't laugh at most jokes. Pretend that was English.
I'm ready. There's no way those jokes are gonna fall flat on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls are represent. We've got a new act all worked out, prepared for Hallelujah Chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Go on, get on with it. What is that strap? It's just an ordinary electric razor on the stand. I can't believe this. Really? How long do they plan on making me do this? Ah, but it's Echipu's idea, so it means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty, and any man was going out to feel it pain, they just feel the burn and play is a lot dangerous because it's the warehouses where they store the scenery burned down and cause a huge thing. I appreciate everything you and Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Ms. Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. Maybe we both be blessed with longevity. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International departures. Gate 12. Where are you going, Franziska? How did you know I was here? With this? I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices on his coat, for example.
That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that, man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things. It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it here and here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Franziska. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor, and you have been and you always will be. No, I am not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my VIP away. Speaking of that, Art gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you all think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I have always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat. Then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews. You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I had left you behind all those years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. She's crying? I'm Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk away in your walk in your shuttle forever. Our battle begins now. You had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Oh, cutie. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this is the last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this 4th piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. What is the last piece of evidence? It's cute. Yay! Clap, 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 clap. Okay, so I am going to use the rest of my. I mean, you don't have to stay around for this. I am going. There's 2. There is 2. Let's see. 1, 2. I think 3. 3, actually, maybe not today, but, there are 3 achievements that I didn't get in this game. I have to check out every lunchbox Angel Star has to offer. I have to present Max's profile to Maya, and examine, and press Oldbag's claim that it was Nickel Samurai that I saw. Attorney. Justice for all achievements. Okay. Sleep well. Bye-bye. What the jeez? Okay, so I present profile to Maya. Apparently I can do this early in part 1. Let's get this. Yeah. I've been here, done that. One and only. Max and Link. Okay, so this one would be easy. We just move to the offices and show Max to our girl. Ethical winter siege circus around. It's kind of funny how some of them are skippable and some of them aren't. It's funny seeing how many times, like, he does certain poses because everything just keeps happening so quickly. Oops. Oh, okay, I guess I need to finish talking to him first. I hope I don't give myself carpal tunnel. Hey, come on, let's go. If a big star can do it, then you should pretend to be exotic too, Nick. A big star. What do you think about Naruhodo Raito? No, what's the A stand for? A stands for attorney. I'll think about it. Hello, give me my achievement. There it is. Okay, I got it. Okay, and then one down, 3 to go. Oh boy. So the second one, old bag with a statement, blah blah blah. It's in part 2. Is like, let's see what our options are. Because I didn't want to put too much emphasis before, like in case I missed one or whatever. I didn't purposely try and miss them, but I should have looked ahead of time. I didn't want to like break the flow. Be like, hold on, guys, I need to do this achievement. Apparently they think it's, some people think it's the best, the one we just did was the best in the intro in the game, in the second game. Which which I don't know if I completely agree with that, but it's okay. Day 2, investigation. Maybe. Maybe I am able to get this one a little bit easier than I thought. Let's see, day. It's unclear. Let's see. Oh. So, you want to hear something funny? Just the fact that I mixed up, it says turnabout goodbyes, and then farewell my turnabout. In my head, I had confused the two. It's completely different. On screen. Thank you for keeping me company, Demi. Smoothly. Well, I could just do it offline, but you know, this feels right. Okay, so we are doing Justice for All. Oh. Oh. I've been wanting to jump in there. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I'll end stream. I'll keep doing my thing. I'll just stream it on whatchamacallit. Thank you for the reminder. Okie dokie then. Thank you now to anyone who watches in the future. Long one. I'll finish the case. Yay! Just pretend this music is simply for ending the stream. Woo! Okay, bye guys. No, thank you.